Good morning, afternoon, evening, everybody. Hello. We are back. I know I've been out for a few days. Basically, Monday and Tuesday, I was invited to... I can't talk about it because I signed an NDA, right? But, yeah, I was a part of something. And I guess eventually it'll come to light. But yeah, I was out for those 2 days. And yesterday, my computer did not turn on. And I freaked out. But I was able to get it repaired on the same day. There was like some issue with the power button. And I thought my PSU was busted. But we got that fixed and now we're good to go. So yeah, that's where I've been so far. Hello Twitch, hello YouTube, and I got a lot to talk about really because I still have not made a decision as to what legend I want to main for this set. I have been experimenting hardcore with Jace, and there are some issues that I'm running into that I'd like to discuss. But before anything, let's say hello, Mr. Huat, Nangert, Marky, Munano Mercy, Sinan, Sitkesh, Thippers, and NS. I'm gonna call you NS. How are we doing today? You didn't sign an NDA with us. You're not forgiven. Fair. If you're at the fine print of the NDA, it says you can tell me. Trust me. Yeah, Nanger, the thing is, I actually don't want to tell you. I don't have to sign an NDA to not tell you. Specifically. Trust me. What is a good beginner deck? I think a good beginner deck, for example, is Master Yi. This deck right here. I basically built this so that I could test, like I could solo test against it to practice, you know. So it's like you can actually in Rift Atlas you can actually take two decks and play both of them. You know, you're playing solitaire, you're playing against yourself, but yeah, you just take turns and you pilot both decks at the same time, and that was a way that I found to like actually get some playtesting against the against this archetype. This deck is very beginner friendly. It's also very strong. It's very intuitive to play, and you know, if you want a strong deck to start with, I think this is a good recommendation. Aurora is the best beginner deck. You don't even need to think. Don't even get me started on Aurora, man. I think Jace is gonna be Aurora, guys. This is where I ended up with my Jace build. Here it's like more visible. This is what I have so far. The sideboard definitely can be tweaked. You know, I didn't have enough games in best of 3 to really like this is like a first take on the sideboard. But this is where I ended up. I actually, you know, I'm not sure about the Forecaster. It's a bit of a cute addition. Right, but it's like a mid-range Jace with sprite fountains. It's very different from one that I played the other day, right? Because I've been trying a bunch of different stuff, and this is something that I liked. 3 hex deck formula may be too much, maybe 2 is enough. Like there are some things that we can tweak here, but basically we just run the good stuff with Jace. We have the drop border. We have a deck fundamentally built around the Tools of Empire and the Hextech disc. And it's a deck that's pretty, like, the problem that I have with this archetype is that it doesn't quite feel consistent, and there are some matchups that feel rough. And of course, it's very vulnerable to gear removal, which every deck is gonna run, right? Especially with a sideboard. Stuff like Brittle Steel is really punishing. And yeah, I say it's inconsistent because if you don't draw Tools of the Empire, The deck kind of struggles. Like, we have the ability to generate mechs and such, but we don't quite hit the power gap if we don't draw Tools of the Empire. And I found some games it felt really amazing, and other games I just kind of like fell flat. It's also like Questionable Tome is still a questionable card. It's tricky to play this without losing a lot of tempo. So, and we do run the Jace Mana Progress because theoretically with the Plundering Poro early on, like we can, and with the Sprite Fountain, we can bop the Sprite Fountain or the Gold Gear, and we can spawn the Tools of Empire or the Hextech Disc. I don't know. Maybe I just haven't played enough games. Maybe I haven't piloted the best. But I did feel like it felt a little bit inconsistent. And I've been looking at stuff, and I think, from what I've seen, I think Aurora may be the way to play Jace most competitively. Gear Hate is also rough. Shock Blast is a great card. Like, I'm thinking about gravitating more towards a more like control-y version, but then when you fall into that category, you're just like, why are you not playing Aurora, right? Is the question. Hat Trick with the 2 gifted subs. Thank you, my dude. Try my misfortune on new cards. Just have to fun with this deck. Quick 2 matches and you will like it. The one you showed me? It's too early for Jace to be better than Aurora, sadly. Same with Ornn. You mean with Ornn? But Ornn can't play Aurora. Give a link to the site? Yes. Yeah, I'll hit you up. What about Nasus? I have been thinking about trying out Nasus. I'm not sure exactly how I would build him. I mean, besides, you know, running the 1,000-tailed Watcher and perhaps the 7-drop that spawns Sprite. And then, you know, Scuttle Crabs, maybe retreats, defies, not so fast. I was trying out Chrono CCG and I think it's a flop. Why do you think it's a flop? If I don't have any cards right now, should I just buy some displays to pull cards, or would you recommend to buy some of the pre-built decks first? Some displays to pull cards? What do you mean, some displays to pull cards? What do you mean by displays? You mean like boxes? What I would recommend is like playing online and figuring out what deck you want to play. And once you figure out what deck you want to play, the most efficient way is to just buy the cards individually. Because the cards are pretty cheap. You can buy them in Card Market. That would be my personal recommendation. Like, that's like the most efficient way. Is like figure out what you want to play and then just invest in that deck. I also like buying boxes though, because I like, you know, I like collecting the cards. Have you ever used Card Trader instead of Card Market? No, I've only used Card Market. As an aggro Ornn player, gears feel very rough right now since everyone is running gear removal. Have you tried running 1-2 aspiring engineers in the sideboard? I have thought about running aspiring engineers. But the issue is like me losing a 4 energy gear is still a significant tempo loss, because when you lose something like a Tools of the Empire or a Hextech Disc to a salvage, it always feels quite rough. And it's true, there's a lot of gear removal right now. So the problem is not only we need to draw our key gears in Tools of the Empire and or Hextech Disc, but if we run into a deck with like Brittle Steel, they can bop 2 of them back to back, and that is quite tough. As you can see, like the structure of our deck, we're pretty like tempo based. We have 9 2-drops to make it so that we don't miss our turn 1 play. Questionable Tome allows us to just not run out of gas entirely. The Forecaster is still something that I'm playtesting. Like it's theoretically nice with the patch Porobots and with the Hextech Disc. And it's a 2-drop that has vision itself, so it's actually helping you find your key pieces when you play them. I also thought about the Avarosan Sentry instead, just because it cycles itself. Drop border still feels really good, especially with Tools of the Empire. Like triple First Mate and triple drop border and triple Sprite Fountain allow us to just keep going at them. Vex can be a problem, but then again, Shock Blast one-shots her, which is really nice. With this kind of deck, I'm not worried about opposing Aurora matchups because I have a full set of Sabotage main deck, and again, I get to run triple Turn to Dust and potentially even Akshan, even though Akshan could be taken off from the sideboard. But I get to run 3 Turn to Dust. And the combination of Sabotage and Turn to Dust allow me to deal with Aurora pretty efficiently. But what I am worried is about matchups where like I just don't draw well, and games 2 and 3 they bring in their gear hate. If I'm facing a yellow deck, Salvage is just extremely good against me. If I face a red deck, Brittle Steel is amazing against me because they can play it twice. Mogwai, I've been subbed since the Legends of Runeterra days. Never caught a stream. Hope you're doing awesome, brother. I am doing pretty alright. It's nice to see you here. Yamiato. I'm gonna call you Imiato. Thank you for stopping by. Tome seems questionable in this list. So original. Alright, at one point, we gotta get past the questionable joke, man. Like, everybody, like... It's a questionable meme. Have you heard any news about Digimon TCG Online? No, I have not. Mog, when are you reaching 40? Let's not talk about that. So, that's my experience so far. But if I were to main, like I'm just like, okay, what am I maining, guys? Like, am I maining Jace? Because it hasn't felt like, maybe we could give the deck a spin today and see how we do. But you'll see what I'm talking about. Like some like draws can be really rough. And there's always like the strong possibility that I just haven't built it correctly, but let's just queue in for a match. And see how we do. Do you want to play control or mid-range? I think I can gravitate towards mid-range. I think after playing Pike control and having issues with the timer, I'm gonna go with the Veil Temple. Okay, so we're facing off against Fiora. And we go first. All right, we got the Forecaster to lead off with. We got the Hextech Formula and the Disc. The Sprite Fountain is also nice. What else am I mean, I am searching for tools of the Empire. So I'm going to mulligan one Sprite Fountain, even though they have the Dusk Grows Lab, so maybe that would be good for us. And I'm going to lead off with my homie, the Plundering Poro. Okay, so they just play a gear that allows us to... Now, here's the question. Do I just deploy my Hextech Disc, or let me think for a moment. What is the ideal turn here? Setting up the questionable tone for draw, setting up the... Because the Hextech Disc can't... maybe what I can do is deploy Forecaster and Hextech Formula instead. So I can deploy the Hextech Formula. I can conquer here. I spawn a gold, I untap the Hextech Formula, I play my Forecaster, who has Vision. Challenge, I'm going to recycle for now, and then I'm going to tap this. I'm actually going to empower my gear, because this enables my Shock Blast here. And setting up the Hextech Formula allows me to just immediately trigger the Hextech Disc. They can equip that for free, trigger Fiora and Ramp, and we gotta get the hell out of here. Okay, so we almost have the 3 gears. I think I do want to just develop the Hextech Disc and start spawning units, though. Make use of my gold so I don't... I can spawn the Hextech Disc, I can tap this, I can empower this, and then I can tap 1, and I can spawn a mech, which will trigger my Vision. I can recycle this Hextech Disc because I already have one. I can bring this guy back, and then I can tap 1 with Jace. So I untap the Hextech Formula, I tap it again, and I empower my Hextech Disc. So the next turn I can just trigger it immediately. They go for a salvage. They main deck salvage, which sucks. Okay. We need tools of the Empire, though, so we can still... They challenge this. Okay. So now we can theoretically kill Fiora. She has 6, 7 might. I mean, what I mean theoretically, I mean like if we were actually able to... Let's think about this. Killing Fiora here seems nice. If I can send I can, but I would have to spawn the patch Porobot, which I could use to double conquer here. I could go with Misfortune, but then Misfortune dies after. But she has let me think for a moment, because they can empower this. I kind of need to find my pieces. Maybe Shock Blast is the way. Allows me to trade that into that. I'm going to trigger this. I'm going to tap this. I'm going to empower this. And then I'm going to tap this and tap it to draw a card. We find another Plundering Poro, which is not ideal. Feels bad to use this here, but I think I have to. I can pass focus and do this here. I can tap this to empower this. I also made a gold, so I can tap this and play you first to draw a card. We get a drop border here, which is nice. I can tap one. I can sack two runes to hit this for 4 damage, pay the deflect, and then trade my mech into her. And then I could untap my patch Porobot just to get another point here. Go up to 4. This may be the way. Just try to apply some pressure here. Okay, well, shit. I can tap 1 and draw a card. We have a sprite fountain here. We could potentially... Score a point here. What the hell is that? Is that a dragon? Okay, a Rift Herald, okay. So I'm gonna sack this to draw a card. And then this sacks to spawn another. And then I end the beginning phase and draw another one, okay. I can tap this 1, draw a card. There's the Tools of the Empire, okay. So this is gonna cost me 4, and if I go up to that, 2, 6, 7. Yeah, this leaves me quite vulnerable, but no, I don't need to do that. Okay, so let's pay 1, and let's go for a sabotage. Let's take out the sacrifice. So we know they have Riposte, another Mbessa, and that's okay. So I can play the Tools of Empire. I can tap this to empower it. Can give you up to 7. I can tap this to untap it with Jace, get you up to 11. I can untap this. I can bring in my boy the Poro. I can tap this and empower this. And then I can pass, and I can try to go for a double conquer here. Let's see what unit they get. They get a KO. Okay, they put KO in hand. They empower her once. We know they have a Riposte. They have an Unsung Hero and then 2 other cards. We end the beginning phase here. Okay. So we just have to play around punch first. Literally just have to play around punch first because we have the misfortune. So we play around punch first. If we give her A13, that plays around punch first. So we have to trigger this twice. So if we just... If that means we pay 6, we play 7, we have 4 mana to go with. That means we can definitely pay 1 with this to draw. This patch Porobot is nice. But this should be safe because unless they have 2 punch first, this should be completely safe. So we play Misfortune. We tap 1 and 1 power to Accelerator. And then we tap this to give her up to 9 might. Then we tap 1. And we tap Jace. Sure. And we win. Okay. Okay, so we tempo them. But now is when all the other gear removal comes in. I don't know how good our turn to dust is here. What would we not want? Sabotage is pretty good at taking out their key things. They're just going to be running more gear removal is the problem. Now that we're going second, maybe we can take out a Forecaster and run another Shock Blast to be able to deal with their units better. Action could also be quite good. Misfortune was pretty essential there. I think we can take out 1 challenge and we can put in 1 action, and let's just go with this. And now we go with the Piltover Forge. We keep the Tools of Empire. We used Misfortune earlier, but I feel like we can definitely try to get a better... I like the drop border. They could move my shit. Do I just play the first mate, or do I just drop the Hextech formula? What do we do here? Do I play the first mate? If they have a sword, they just immediately kill me. I'm gonna play the Hextech formula, I think. Okay. I think I play this into this. And then I conquer here. And I tried to take advantage of the fact that they spend so much. Yeah, you can't empower anything. Has to be a gear. I think I make use of Jace. Wait. I sack the gold and I play this. That way I also have a body here. I pay 2 and I empower it. I go up to that. I tap Jace. I tap this again. I go up to 11. Okay. Yeah, see these salvages. These salvages are just brutal. Absolutely brutal. But I have some cool plays here. Let's lead off by playing... No, we may want to play this there so they can't just Rengar us. Because I'm 5 and I know the Fiora deck, they shouldn't really have an answer for this. So I clear that, and then I'm going to play this here so that Rengar can't just take me over. I'm going to use the vision. I'm going to recycle this. And that's it. Easy 2-0. Okay. Okay, what was I going to draw after? Another Tools of the Empire. So the vision there was helpful, helping me find it, you know, in case they play like Rengar into like a buff, then I could use my first mate to bring this and power with the Hextech formula and easily take that back. And then I could even play a drop border. Yeah, I have the mana. I could play a drop border. I could go to 6. And then I just win as well. Like, very nice. We beat double salvage. Because action, I don't know if like the us baiting the action play with the Hextech formula, I think was I think that play was a bit sus, right? Like that made them fall behind in runes. Timeless is amazing in my opinion. What is timeless? His second gear hit was on a gear you jaced out for free and got value before he killed. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm playing this Jace. Like the other two Jaces don't really just they like I want to like the 6-drop Jace, but it's just so fundamentally slow. And also quite rigid, right? Because then you have to play gears to enable his ability. And a lot of times what we struggle with is with early aggression. So being able to cheat out one of our Tools of Empire or our Hextech discs while developing a 4-drop is pretty good. Glad to see you're on Sprite Fountain now. Yeah. That was always the way to go. This card is just cracked. And you can also set up some crazy tempo plays with Jace. Like you can play this and then play Jace and bop it and get the second Sprite immediately. And you have 6 might ready. And if you cheat out of Tools of the Empire, like this deck doesn't really struggle with conquering. What this deck struggles with is decks that can, like, one of the things, like, decks that can conquer and then get out of there. Because we're not good at holding. That's why we need to be able to score points consistently. Did you know you can play Shock Blast for 0 energy with Applied Researcher? Yes. Applied Researcher is a really compelling card. It's just that we don't have the spell count to justify it. I actually have seen Applied Researcher played in Aurora, though. Aurora Jace. Yes, I've seen it in Aurora Jace. It seems counterproductive, but it actually allows you to start chaining a bunch of the draw spells. It allows you to play Acceleration Gate for like 2, which is nuts. Like with her, Acceleration Gate becomes cracked. You can hit it with Aurora, yeah, is a thing, but Questionable Tome is too slow in my opinion. There are better draw options. If there are better draw options than this in this kind of deck, I don't know what they are. Because the thing is, Questionable Tome synergizes with our package. Not only with our legend, but with our battlefields. Our 3 battlefields as well. We can untap it with Veil Tempo. We can play it for 2 with Ornus Forge. And we can trigger it for free with Piltovan Forge. Yeah, it's clunky sometimes, but I can't think of anything better for, like, drawing. I was trying yesterday 3 Aspiring Engineer in the sideboard for game 2 when they sideboard against Jace, and it felt pretty good. That's a consideration I'm willing to... Like, that is definitely something that I'm willing to try. After play, I'm gonna change the music a little bit. Like, this Nox is a bit intense. After playing Jace, this is a very good question. After playing Jace, how much do you think anti-gear meta is making Jace hard to play? It's definitely not easy. It's definitely a problem. When you face stuff like salvage, like every color, like almost every color has access to, I mean, pretty much every color has access to really good gear hate now, and it all works very well against us. Acceptable losses can be quite brutal for us since we're no longer playing the seals. If we're playing purple, we have to keep the golds open to be able to not be vulnerable to that. Turn to dust is extremely efficient against us. Salvage is insane against us because it allows them to bop a gear while drawing a card. The power cost can be nice if they're using it early game. It can slow them down a little bit, but still. Brittle Steel is awful because it can kill 2 gears for 1. It's just so rough. Yeah, I mean, what else? Orange, you know, Action is not as problematic sometimes because we could potentially challenge it, and it's expensive. But I mean, Action on Tools of the Empire can be game winning if played right. And then Calm has access to the Disarming Rakes, which are also pretty brutal, and McDonald's, your boy, the 4-drop Adaptatron. I call him McDonald's because he's like he's just McDonald's fries. Is also really strong. So every color threatens us in games 2 and 3, which is really making me think that running this gal actually makes sense. The Aspiring Engineer. I feel like the Creo strength is pretty strong. Like in Diana matchups and the likes, like this card can be really nice. Did you try Orb of Regret plus Gangplank? Yeah, I think it's a little bit bait because the problem with Orb of Regret is that we don't have enough card draw to justify such a low impact gear. Our curve is already quite low because once we have a Tools of Empire, like as long as we have a unit on the board, we have a Conqueror. But you know, we have I've gone between 2 and 3, but I'm going triple Questionable Tone because there's just games where this extra draw just completely makes a huge difference. Misfortune as a one-off has felt really clutch in a bunch of games as well, because the ability to come in and untap my Tools of Empire so I can set up 2 attacks is really nice. Definitely not a 2-of, but as a one-off, I really like her. I'm gonna change her to this, though. Wouldn't we want at least Orange, Jace, or Hui? The problem with Hui is that we don't have... I mean, we have First Mates, but that's it. Aside from that, we don't really have good ways to move. We don't have Ride the Wind. We don't have Tide Turner. So I just don't feel like we have enough synergy with Hui, and we need to be able to burst onto the board better. That's why we're playing the 3rd Shock Blast in the sideboard, because it one-shots Vex, who otherwise shuts us down a lot. Because Vex stops our drop borders, Vex stops our Sprite Fountain, Misfortune potentially, our First Mate plays. But the good news about Vex is that if we have any kind of board presence whatsoever and we have Tools of the Empire, we can easily get rid of her. And or Shock Blast. So the deck is good at killing Vex. If we have some kind of board presence. That's why we have such a high count of 2-drops. And the Forecaster, I keep saying that I'm not certain, but the card has yet to like truly fail me. Maybe the 6-drop Jace with Hue, but keep in mind that you have to drop a... I mean, maybe that's good, actually. Maybe that's not bad. The problem with Hue is that our spell count is not high enough, and the best proc from Hue is the spells, right? Because it allows you to cycle through your deck. So a lot of times with Hue in this deck, we're going to be discarding units and potentially gears. So he's not going to solve our draw problem. What about Swain? Swain requires too much in my opinion. Again, if you look at the amount of spells that we run 2 Shock Blast, 1 Punch First, triple Sabotage, and that's basically it. And the challenges. We just don't have enough of, like, Swain is really hard to enable, and at that point, we need stuff like Misfortune that can just come in and attack immediately. End games with a lot of runes where I can Misfortune with the Tools of Empire, and I can even First Mate for ganking, can allow me to clear very powerful holds. I think Orange Poppy is underrated in this deck. Yeah, I mean, she kind of fills the same role as Misfortune, but at that stage of the game, Misfortune synergizes better with our deck. Misfortune is just like the ideal finisher as a one-off here. I can't think of anything that's better that fits this role because of her ability to allow me to tap Tools of the Empire 1 extra time in my attack. Like, that's huge. That's absolutely huge. What do you think of Mbessa in the new meta? I think Mbessa is great. I think Mbessa is going to be a really strong deck. Potentially going to become the new face of Orange Yellow. And I think the 4-drop Mbessa is fucking really good. Really, really good. I don't know, the deck kind of feels like you have to give up a turn or two to get your gear stuff going, and then you simply can't really hold or break parity. What do you mean break parity? Yeah, no, there are issues, 100%. Like, we do need some turns to get going. And I'm trying to solve the problem of like games where I don't draw Tools of Empire. Games where I don't draw Tools of Empire, things become a lot harder. As if you can't catch up on points after set. I have had games where that happens, yes. Says exactly, because I'm not good at holding. Yes, absolutely. It is a problem. Did you cut Acceleration Gate because it's too slow? I cut Acceleration Gate because I just found First Mate better for this particular deck. I think Acceleration Gate really shines when you're playing gears like this one. What's the name? Forgot the name. The Plate Worm Egg. When you're playing stuff like Plate Worm Egg, and you have a deck that is like more spell based and has like card draw, and you know, I think Acceleration Gate is actually better in Aurora, unfortunately, Because you can untap the Play Worm Egg. You can do a lot to just play your card draw spells without, like, with all the shitload of energy that you have. In this deck, like, we need, like, First Mate giving us a body is absolutely essential because we just need bodies for Tools of Empire. But there are problems, 100%. Like, we're gonna get our asses whooped, you'll see. We have, a mirror match? No, this is banned. That I'm not playing against somebody who's playing a banned battlefield. Okay. I gotta say though, playing against Kennen is really fun. Oh, yeesh. Okay, I'm gonna drop these two. I think one hex like this should suffice. The thing is, a lot of Kennen's main deck salvage, so that could be quite brutal here. So, I need to think about what is my better play here, because right now playing the hex deck formula, I think I'm just gonna drop this guy here, and I'm gonna go for the vision. We have a sabotage. I don't think I want to be playing that so early, so I'm gonna recycle it. Even though they could be baited hook. Is that a... yeah, that's a seal into a Kennen. Yep. So it is Miracle. They discard Rasa and that. Okay, we have the Tools of the Empire. Very nice. So I kind of wish I would have... I mean, I need a unit anyways. I think I just deploy double Hextech Formula this turn. I don't go in yet. I think this is the turn to drop double Hextech Formula. And if they want to attack with Kennen, then I can retaliate. But deploying the Tools of the Empire right off the bat... First of all, like, now we can play Tools of the Empire and actually empowered it immediately. But because we're setting up this engine, holy shit, bro. Holy flow. Oh my, yeah, they're flowing. They haven't even actually flowed yet, but they're literally flowing with their plays. Jesus Christ. Existential Dread. They got rid of it. Do they have an Existential Dread? Okay. Boom, boom, boom. They actually don't attack into us, which is really interesting. So that means that we set up the Hextech disc instead. We get the vision trigger. I will recycle this, I believe, even though this may be good because it allows us to... Let me think about this. No, we're going to be able to trigger that again, so let's recycle that. I'm going to trigger this, untap this, and then I'm going to tap this one. I'm gonna empower here, and I'm gonna tap this and trigger this again. I'm gonna get to trigger vision once more. I will definitely recycle that. And we got the engine rolling. We're one salvage away from crying, but at least we got a couple of mechs in the process. Last rites, okay, so it begins. So it's generally better to drop these X6 formulas first and then wait for a turn where we can trigger this twice. I think that's generally better, because we were able to just, even if they have removal for it, we got 2 mechs out of it. And they can play a Rasa. They untap the Seal of Discord, making use of the Veiled Temple themselves. Tapping that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm gonna kill some shit. Unless they hide like a hidden blade. No, no, no. God damn it. Okay. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna play the Tools of Empire, and then we're gonna tap this. And then we're going to trigger it to give you +4. And then we're gonna go in with this alone. That way we get to do that. Okay. Let me think for a moment. What could that be as a hidden card? A hidden blade, right? Ah. Okay. Well, that means we do this then. Nocturne. So this dies. Another Tools of the Empire, which is really nice. I like that shock blast there. Okay, I should have given this a... there was no reason for me not to give it the power there. I choked there a little bit. Okay. What if I pay 2 power and then I tap this and then I go there, I tap 1 and 1. Wait. Sorry. My bad. So they move Gust and Starcrossed. Okay, Starcross is good. Another, I mean, that's the problem with playing Nocturnes. Having access to that punch first is really nice. Okay. 2 cards in hand. I think at this point the punch first does more than the shock blast, but I mean the shock blast can knock out the Nocturne. I'm thinking about what to discard here when I go in. Starcrossed with Rasa into that, okay. I'm gonna charge this, empower this, tap it, make another mech, and then I'm gonna tap my Jace, and I'm going to untap this and this. And now I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna give you... I'm gonna discard the Shock Blast and draw a card. There we go. I'm gonna go back with you. I'm going to trigger this, empower this, tap one, tap you, make another mech. The army grows. And I think at this point, I play my boy Jace. Do I play my boy Jace? Or do I just keep my options open? Because maybe I can just go here. Set up a punch first. Or, wait. Thinking. If I play Jace... I force them to commit a card first if they want to go there, so... 2, 3, 4, yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna play Jace here. I'm gonna sack this, and I'm gonna play the Tools of Empire. So that if they want to conquer with Nocturne on the right, then they gotta do something first. And then I can react with the punch first. If I can do that, I take away one of their last right procs, which is important. Their hand has... Actually, no, they can assault. Oh, never mind. Oh, I derped. I forgot about the assault from Kennen. Sorry, whatever. Misplays are misplays. I may bait them this way. Okay. I think I just go for the Shock Blast instead of going for... I can resort to the punch first later. Right now, like, it's as long as I keep making my mechs, like, nothing is stop. Like, as long as I have board presence in the back, like, nothing is stopping me from conquering. Like, they can't stop me from conquering with double tools of the Empire. So, Traveling Merchant and Treasure Hunter. They're just gonna go there. We're gonna end the showdown. They're gonna play another Rasa. The question is, where do they play it? In the back, because they know I can just conquer easily. Okay, never mind. Treasure Hunter goes down. Hidden card. Likely to be a Hidden Blade. We go to 6. And we have an army. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an army. I don't see a reason to play both drop order this turn. But I do want to be able to spawn 2 more mechs, so I'm gonna pay 2 and I'm gonna empower this. And then I'm gonna tap both, and I'm going to give these 2 mechs +4, and I'm gonna go with, and then I'm gonna tap you and tap empower you, and then tap 1 disempower you, and I'm gonna make another mech, and then I'm gonna go in. Switcheroo, okay. Approved. I go to 6, you go to 7. Pass focus. Okay. I'm actually going to untap this because I have my homie Jace to untap these 2 anyways. I can tap 1, boom, boom, and I can spawn another mech. And at this point, I just spawn, I spawn a drop border, even if it's ready, just to have some extra bodies on the board. I mean, what if they main deck like 1 Ruination? That's like the only thing that I see stopping me here, because I've absolutely dominated here, right? Like you know, this match we saw that like this is why a lot of players don't believe in Nocturne, because like Nocturne can just break the shit out of you. True, true. If they have Ruination, they actually can't play because there's only 2 yellow runes. So I focus a lot in the match to make sure I don't misplay. So I'm not as interactive in the middle of a game. I'm sorry about that. But now I'm looking now. Some canon people play like 3 Ruinations, but that would be like a more control version, right? I don't think that's it here. I just know that I have 2 tools of Empire. And I have a lot of might on the board. I have, like, a lot. Wait, I could... Wait. No, never mind. Wait. Misclick. Is it their turn? Is it my turn or theirs? I rewinded. Is it my turn, though? Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry. Okay, so I'm gonna pay 1, and I'm gonna Shock Blast. Is he still playing Pike? Gee. No, I'm moving on to something new. Okay, so I think this is the matchup where we can test the disposable order. I also feel like gear removal is gonna come, like they're gonna have salvage. I would assume they have salvage, so I'm gonna bring in the Aspiring Engineer as well. Since I'm going second, I can drop a couple of forecasters. I'm not so sure about, like, Sabotage is good, but I'm not so certain about, Challenge. I mean, Challenge could be good, don't get me wrong. I kind of want to preserve it as a one-off. Maybe I take out one Shock Blast and one Challenge for those two. I go second with the Piltovan Forge, and we try out the Aspiring Engineers, right? Because they're going to... Let me just drop these two. I want to try the Aspiring Engineer because I'm expecting them to run removal here. I can play the Plundering Poro. This battlefield allows him to find Nocturne. Maybe the Aspiring Engineer is a key piece here. And they're gonna play Cannon, okay. Burn 2. That's pretty good. Look at one more. I mean, both of these are kind of like important. The question is, which one do I want to draw next turn? Next turn, when I have 7 mana, I want to drop the Hextech formula so I can start generating these. The questionable tome can allow me to continue the cycle. I feel like I keep both. And then I play the questionable tome. And then I drop the first mate so I can ready this and get it back safely. Theoretically, I could have actually dropped both, but... They play Lightning Rush. Okay. They have 2 men open. Very nice. I can play the Hextech disc. By just dropping him, but then I miss out on my ability. So maybe I play the Poro first. I have 3 gears, so I draw a card. And then I play Jace. I sack the gear. I play this, bopping the gold. I tap this to empower this. I get to trigger for free, generate a mech. And then I tap Jace to untap this, and I tap it again to empower this. And now I'm just gonna hold back. Like, they can clear my merchant, but I want to have as many units in the bench as possible so I can retaliate. And now we're gonna try to score 2 points every turn. See if we can do that. Maybe I could have developed Jace defensively on that lane to make sure that they couldn't counter. Maybe that was the play, but I mean, they play Ride the Wit and shit, so I don't know. I mean, I need to find Tools of the Empire, right? Maybe going to the Candlelight Centum first helps me accomplish that. I don't think they want to keep their cannon over there. Yeah. Now they can play Rasa for 1. Interesting. Interesting, okay. Okay. So they're aware of our ability to do that. So we want to conquer on the Candlelight Centum first. Misfortune is nice to have, I guess, but for now we just go here. We trigger this, we look at the top 2, another Poro bot, and another Hex Tech. A Hex Tech formula. I mean, this is interesting. This can allow us to start drawing like crazy. Can we afford this? I mean, we have all the mana, right? We conquer there, we tap these 2. We play the book. We can trigger Jace. So that's 5, 7, 7, 8, 10. Yeah, I guess that's the way. No, but then we don't play that. I have to think here, so... Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep it like this. Actually, yeah, I mean, I should have sequenced this differently. I should have tapped this and then conquered here, right? Is that how that works, or... Wait, wait. It's the first. So I have to use this one first. And then I have to tap here. Tap 1, tap this. Draw. I have to empower my Jace. I want to do so this turn, I believe. and get the poor bot out of the way. Now that we've empowered the Jace, like, we can... The problem is they can go to 6. Problem is they can go to 6, so... We have to hold in one of them. Maybe we get out. Maybe we just get destroyed here. Maybe I should have mulliganed this Hextech formula away. Yeah, maybe I just got, like, right now, like, they're going to 6, so this is probably a mistake. Yeah, they're gonna be able to double conquer us. They're gonna be able to double conquer us, no problem. Like, we are in big trouble here. I think I goofed. I think I goofed here. I definitely goofed. I think I had to set up some kind of hold here. I got too carried away with, like, my sequencing, and I choked. Shit. I threw because I was keeping track of my points, but I wasn't like, it's okay, they're going to 6. Like, what are we doing? We need to try to hold. But playing the Aspiring Engineer definitely makes sense here. Yeah, they just go back. Of course, absolutely. That's just a lot of might. And I don't know how we're ever stopping that from happening. Like, we need to find the punch first. We need to find removal. That just doesn't cut it anymore. Sprite Fountain does give us some juice. Sprite Fountain amounts to defense, so I think I have to... Oh my god, bro. Yeah, we can't stop this. They have, like, so much might, and we can set up ride the wind. I guess we take that out, but I just don't see how we No, wait, wait, wait. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. No, no. GG. Sorry. Okay. Next game. Next game. I mean, I can't stop the. I misplayed that, to be honest. Now that I'm going first, I need another 2-drop. I still like this Aspiring Engineer, but maybe as a one-off. I kind of missed the Shock Blast there. I think maybe taking out a Sabotage for another one is nice. 2 Sabotage, 2 Shock Blast gives me some more reach and ability to withstand early pressure. Aspiring Engineer, given that they have Salvage, feels quite important. Disposable Order, I think, can disrupt them quite a bit. So let's go 1-1-1. Let's go with this. Okay, let's keep the Aspiring Engineer because we're probably going to need it. I think we may just keep this hand. I think I dropped the Jace. Give me a 4 might with the Tools of Empire. We have the Aspiring Engineer to bring it back if they salvage it. Yep. So I kind of wish I would have brought both because we know salvage is going to be a thing. So maybe I should have like only run 1 Shock Blast. I'm not sure. I get to play, like, I can play Aspiring Engineer into Tools of Empire again. If they conquer with this guy, they're going to be able to replay the salvage, is the problem. But they would have to play something with flow from that. So I need to think here. What's the best approach? If I come here, I can untap it, and then I can pay for 1. Kind of want to get the draw off of this. And maybe I can just play the first mate. They'll bob the book, but that also means they're going to keep playing those kind of cards, and that allows me to retaliate later. And I just kind of spread out like this. They also can't play, okay, they can't play the salvage this turn, which is really nice. Orange Forge felt really nice there, being able to play the questionable tome for just 2. Aspiring Engineer feels so nice from the sideboard coming in, because we know they're going to take away our stuff. Kind of, I wish I had 2 of them, to be honest, because I only get to trigger her once, but I can bring this back, which is really neat. And we're using the Veil Temple against them. Okay, so they're going to conquer here. They don't have the runes to play the salvage, which is really nice. Gonna go in there, approve, yeah. Okay. Okay, and they played that, okay. Alright, so first of all, let's tap this to empower it. Trigger this. I'm going to pay 1 and tap it to draw a card. I'm going to pay 2. I'm going to play another tome, tap it, empower it. This enables my Shock Blast. I play 3. I'm going to play the Aspiring Engineer. I'm going to return the Tools of Empire to my hand. And then I'm going to tap 1, I'm going to tap Jace, I'm going to untap this, I'm going to tap it again, and I'm going to empower this as well, so I have the juice. And I keep the 1 mana open for Shock Blast. I mean, the fact that they brought in a Veil Temple was so good for us. Okay, so I'm gonna pay 1. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna Shock Blast. They're gonna hard bargain. Okay. No? Oh, you floated. Oh, you floated. Never mind. Okay, so it's countered. Jace dies. They're gonna pay 2 and that. Kill one of these. It's the same thing, both are the same. Their cannon is empowered. They have 3 mana to go with, though. We still have a lot of bodies on the board. They draw a card from that. Okay, so... One might, 6, 8 might. We pay the Tools of Empire. We tap 2 to empower it. And then we tap 1. We tap it here to give my homie this. And then I tap Jace to untap it. Tap it again. Go up to 10. And then... now I can play a gear for 1 less. Yeah. Okay, so now I play this. I play the Poro bot. I draw a card. I bring I mean I should just keep this here. I should just honestly like I should just keep 2/2 because I just need to hold with one of them. Looks like it. GG's, man. Cinema. Got him. Okay. Oh, the aspiring engineer. Oof. Who suggested that? That was oh. No way Spain won the World Cup. Problem. For once, I'm actually happy to see you, Nilich. Oh. Okay, so the deck is working. Maybe I was too negative. The aspiring engineer. We didn't draw the disposable order, which is supposed to, you know, like definitely helps counter that kind of strategy a lot. I'm pretty sure I could have sideboarded better. I'm playing on Rift Atlas. Please, man, play the Aurora version. I'm not going to read the rest of your message. I know it's nasty, but they say that Jace is the best Aurora deck at the moment. I don't care. I don't care. I'm not going to play that slop. I don't play Riftbound to play Aurora, man. Like, it's just not... Yeah, I made this deck, yeah. Like, that's just not... But you guys see, like, the questionable tome actually does things. Like, it allows me to not run out of gas. Like, yeah, setting it up sometimes, but the Orange Forge Battlefield, oh, the questionable tome felt so good in that game. Just being able to play for 2 mana, oof. Are you feeling the deck is slow, or is it flowing better? I mean, this deck is a lot better than the one that I played on the weekend. Like, the one that had, the first one that I made that was all orange. I went back to the drawing board, and I'm like, okay, I gotta mix in some blue, because Shock Blast is a great card. Shock Blast is legitimately a very good card. Like, dealing 4, the fact that we can one-shot Vex for 1 mana, even if it's 2 power mana, like, it's really nice. I like Misfortune a lot as a one-off to finish games, especially with the Tools of Empire. The Forecaster, I don't know how we feel about it, but it's felt pretty nice. Told you about Shock. Yeah, you did, Hattrick. How often do you find yourself empowering Jace? Not early, but once I get the engine rolling, like once I have a Hex Deck formula and a book or a Hex Deck disc, empowering Jace allows me to just effectively trigger their effects twice in a turn, and that's when the value really comes in. So whenever I have a window to, whenever I don't really have, like, as you can see, like, I always have shit to do with my energy, and I really like that in a deck, right? Like, the worst feeling is when you have this energy and you're just out of gas and you don't have things to do. But the questionable tome allows you, like, you always have things to do with your mana. That's why my curve is so low, because I chain a lot of effects, right? I have to factor in the fact that I'm paying 1 energy for the Dix, that I'm paying 1 energy for this. Sometimes I have to empower the Tools of Empire by just paying energy. So my curve is inherently low, because I can't really ever afford to just play a 6-drop when I have all my gears going on, you know? So we cap, our big bad is the drop order. Drop order is everything we need in this deck. Like, it's just a 4 might that is ready, and it just comes in with the Tools of Empire. The Sprite Fountain is amazing. The fact that we can combo the Jace Fountain with Jace. Some situation we can go for we go Sprite Fountain to Jace, spawn 2 sprites, you know, auto spawn a Tools of the Empire, and that gives us an insane, like, we're very good at attacking, but as you can see, our weakness is holding. So decks that are able to apply pressure quickly and then get out of there, I actually think Ambessa is a really problematic matchup. Because a well-played Ambessa can just, like, go in, ready the unit, get out, and because we don't hold well, if they have tempo advantage over us, it's very difficult for us to flip it around. But any kind of deck that can have a bit of a slower start, or that, you know, we threaten their units with our own, that's why playing Jace is really important, because sometimes being able to drop that 4 might on your second turn discourages them from conquering early, because you can just eat up their unit, and it helps slow down the opponent, which is crucial. I was gonna say that the orange unit that empowers something might help without deramping. Which orange unit is this? Sorry if I missed. Why no Gangplank? No, I've only talked about it once. I don't play Gangplank because the reason that I stated before, like, we want our curve to be low because we're using a lot of our energy to trigger our gears. So because our gears are consuming energy, even if it's 1 or 2 and untapping them costs 1, generally speaking, like, we don't really have a window to just slam a 6-drop. Gangplank is also, like, the idea of, like, Gangplank and Stupefy and, like, the 1 energy gear is really cool on paper, but it just doesn't quite work out that well in practice. And oftentimes I'm just like, if I'm gonna play Gangplank, I'm just probably gonna play Rune Runner instead. I think Gangplank potentially makes more sense as a sideboard card in Ambessa. I do like Gangplank as a sideboard card in Ambessa because you can play Facebreaker. So I feel there's some potential there. Profiteer. Okay, the 4-drop. The problem is this this 4-drop requires us to disempower something. And we generally don't want to disempower our gears. It's over a disempower, like it disempowers something and empowers something else. So unless we set up a Hextech formula, we've empowered another gear. Because generally, like when you have, even if you don't have like gears to empower, like Tools of Empire or the book, or Hextech Disc, you still want to empower your gears because empowering your gears enables your Shock Blast. So keep that in mind when you're playing this. Like even if you empower a gold, empowering a gold allows you to play Shock Blast for 1. So you generally want to do that. In those situations, you can play the Profiteer and rally over, but it's a bit situational. And most often than not, this 4-drop just isn't really going to do anything for us, I think. If it was empowering something, then it would be busted, right? You can discard, you can recycle Hui from their hand, you can recycle... question, can I recycle a signature spell with this? Yeah, the fact that it costs no power is amazing. Can I recycle like a Moonfall with this? Yes, right? That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. See, like this card is... Against Diana, this card is kind of cracked. And since there's cannon decks and decks that interact with the discard pile, Disposable Order I think is a worthy sideboard card for those matchups. This card has felt great. I don't remember who suggested it, but this card is great for games 2 and 3 where they bring in their gear hate. I'm really happy I added this card. Because we play triple Sabotage main deck and we run 3 Turn to Dust in the sideboard, I feel like the Aurora matchup is not scary at all. Like, we just have a lot of tools against it. And if they play like a dragon, we can actually kill the dragon with the Tools of the Empire attack, and we can actually keep making mechs with the Hextech Disc. So the Aurora matchup doesn't feel bad at all, I think. Isn't Watcher a nice card to put in for Misfortune, for example? It's a great closer. That's the thing, though. Because we play Tools of the Empire, Misfortune is a lot cheaper to play than Watcher. We can accelerate it for 6. And with the Tools of the Empire on the board, we get to reactivate it. So it's actually better than Watcher. Like, my weakness is not breaking holds. Breaking holds is what this deck does best. When my opponent has a cannon and they slam in like a Rasa and something else, I'm like, fine. I run through that. My problem with this deck is decks who are able to apply pressure quickly and go back to the bench. I think scary matchups include the likes of Ambessa and Irelia as well. Because if the Irelia player plays well and keeps like... Irelia can be scary, but I could potentially out-tempo Irelia as a thing. I think I can out-tempo Irelia. But Ambessa right now in my playtesting has been the scariest matchup. She comes in, conquers, then she gets the fuck out of there, and if they got a temp opener on me, like I'm just behind on points, I can't hold against them efficiently. I can try, but it's hard for me to set up holds because the Hextech Disc... This card would be infinitely better if I could play the mechs in a battlefield. The fact that I have to play the mechs in the base severely limits my ability to hold. But this is a conquering deck, so decks that can conquer faster than me and preserve their board state while doing so. Because decks that are fast and can conquer, but for example, Akali doesn't feel bad at all. Because Akali is very good at conquering, but Akali is terrible at holding, and I can actually kill their units with my little units. And I just make more units than them. Yo, is that the 67 card on the left? The 67 card? What do you mean? What? I'm not aware of this meme. I don't know what that means. I'm not a boomer. I'm just too cool. I'm too cool to know about this. How does it disempower chain in this game? Can you use Profiteer to disempower Hextech and as a result summon a mech? No, it doesn't work like that. Disempowering is a part of the cost for Hextech disc. So disempowering the Hextech does not trigger it. That would be interesting. That would make this card incredibly interesting, but unfortunately that's not the case. I gotta put on the fan. It's starting to get hot because I'm bringing in all the heat. See that's a funny beam, not your boomer 67 bullshit. I don't even know what this means, bro. Like, I get 69, but what is this? Bro, this generation is cooked. Like, we go from 69 to 67, like, what are we doing? Yeah, 68 in shambles, bro. What happened to 68? It's a brain rot meme, to be honest. Doesn't even have any meaning. Classic Gen Z bullshit. What do you think of the battlefield that makes reaction cards cost more? Says you don't play Stupefy or Hidden. I actually consider that one. But the problem, the thing is, my 3 battlefields are so good. Like, the Veil Temple is amazing, the Orange Forge is amazing, even the Piltovan Forge helps us a lot as well. In fact, I would argue, like, the weakest one, so my plan is, on game 1, I go with the Veil Temple, when I go first, I go with the Orange Forge, and when I go second, I go with the Piltovan Forge, because the Piltovan Forge likely benefits my opponent less. And I really want to take control of this one early, because it allows me to deploy it actually helps me. What sucks is that, like, there's no good turn 2 Hextech disc play. Like, I feel like turn 2 Hextech disc is bait. I think you're better off prioritizing the formula to be able to set it up after. Did you not get offered the early Vendetta box from Riot? Yes. I guess I can talk about it now since people have been showing it, right? So I can talk about it. Yeah. It's arriving tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm gonna do a box opening stream, and it's gonna be hype. I'm just gonna go full cam like this. I'm just gonna do this, and I'm gonna be opening the packs. My webcam is blurry as fuck. Wait, what? Wait. No. No. I made it worse. God damn it, bro. Okay. I look rough. I need a haircut. I'm still kind of blurry. I mean, it's better now, I think, but I can make it even better. I need to be further away. Shit, bro. Yeah, I think now it's better. So I'll do a like that. I'll be like with the packs like here in front, and I'll just do it like this. Easy. Make sure you wear black latex gloves too, and have my hands sweat like crazy. Like what? Why? Hi Mogwai, can I print proxy cards and play in a tournament? If it's in a locals, you unfortunately can't do that. Proxies are to practice in person with other people. Like, you can definitely go to a locals and be like, hey, can I practice some games with you? And I'm using proxies. Yeah, but if you're playing in a tournament, you can't use proxies. You'll need to eventually get a desk cam, like a real card game YouTuber. Yeah. I may have to do like a subathon to fund that. Do you always go live at the same time? Yes. I actually went live 1 hour later than I should have today. But generally, I go live at 2 p.m. CET. Nuzlocke subathon. Yeah, what am I gonna do with my subathon? You know what I actually miss playing? Among Us. It's just me, like, I don't know, like, that game never stopped being fun. Does Ambessa use a similar strategy to Rengar? It's different. It is like a unit-centric mid-range deck. But I believe Ambessa is very strong. I think Ambessa, like, my hot take here, I'm gonna say it now, Ambessa will top 8 in Barcelona. You can quote me on this. I think she's legit. You said Shen was going to top 8? I don't recall saying that, no. I don't know what you're talking about. What are you playing in Barcelona? That's what I'm trying to figure out. This is I've been going all in on Jace. And I actually really enjoy this deck. But there are some problems. But I do think we've found some fixes. Like the Aspiring Engineer has felt really nice as a sideboard card. Aren't you afraid that Jace is just an Aurora slop? Yes, I'm afraid of that. I believe this is at least playable. Barcelona is by the end of August. The thing is, I'm not afraid of Jace Aurora with this deck. Because I have triple Sabotage and I have 3 Turn to Dust in the sideboard. So I feel like I'm well geared into it. The Emperor will always prevail. You mean Squirtle? I think Squirtle is gonna play Kennen actually. Shurima? No, he's playing Kennen. I'm pretty sure he's playing Kennen. Aurora Jace or Infinite Jace is far stronger than the mid-range. In a vacuum, yeah, but I mean, I don't know. This, like... I'm not giving up on this deck. Like, I like it. Like, today, it's done well so far. I do think I really need to figure out how to pilot it though, because at the same time, like, what happens when I don't draw tools of the Empire? But so far, like, we've had 2 best of 3 series where it's performed well. Aye! Hello, Reaper. I am back, yes. For those of you wondering, like, I've been gone Monday and Tuesday because I was invited to something, and I can't talk about it because I had to sign an NDA. But I was on that thing for 2 days, yeah. But I can't. It, you know, I literally can't say anything. A Diddy party? Maybe. Hi Mogwai, I'm an indie developer and I'm developing my own trading card game that have unique gameplay. Is it possible if you try it out? I mean, I don't mean to be that guy, but like I would like to try it out, but I generally don't like. I have a certain amount of hours in a day, and if I'm gonna cover another game, like I need, you know, I can't do that for free, if you understand. $2 million. That's my price range. Why aspiring engineer over applied researchers? Applied researchers. Because they're 2 very different cards. This card is good. Okay, this card is definitely good, but it's not good in my deck. I have 2, 4, 5. Like my brother in Christ, I have 8 spells. I have 8 spells in this deck. Like applied researchers does nothing. Aspiring engineer is in the sideboard because people are gonna bring in gear hate in games 2 and 3, so I can bring aspiring engineer in and I can bring back my gears. So I'm actually like looking into bringing aspiring engineer. I can take out a couple of 2-drops, like the forecaster. I can take out a couple of 2-drops. I bring in aspiring engineer. And if they salvage or if they've removed my gear, I can bring it back with her while developing. So she generally comes in almost all the time, is the idea. Oh, you confused her with another card. Okay, that makes sense. Manga update. Any ideas when we'll get sneak peeks? Okay, so update. It's getting there. It's been a couple of months where I've been really figuring out like what to do with the channel. Because right now, to be completely honest, like I need to, you know, I need to make some money because right now views are a little bit rough, right? And I've been all over the place with the YouTube and stuff, and I got bills to pay, so I'm trying to get everything in order, and then but whenever I can, I'm still working on it. Any ideas when sneak peeks can happen? Ideally, realistically speaking, we're talking about like a few months. Mbessa, here we go. This, like I said, this is a scary matchup, but we need to get our reps into it and see if we can figure out the paper tree. That's interesting. Okay, so we always go first. We got the Patch Poro bot. We have a Hextech formula. We have a first mate. Do we because we have the Patch 4 bot, maybe we don't need the first mate so early. We can mulligan 2 and see if we can find other sources here. I'm actually, no, I mean, I'm going to, like, leading off with the Patch Poro bot allows me to go in and get out. So I'm actually going to prioritize the Patch Poro bot here. Because I have the Veil Temple, so I can come in, I can conquer, and then I can get the fuck out of there and continue developing. And then I can develop the Forecaster into a Hextech formula after. They play the Solari Sunhawk. We are gonna come in here, conquer. Untap here, get out of there. We're gonna play the Hextech formula. And I believe after we'll just play the Plundering Poro, to be honest. Our curve is a bit low. They conquer over there, which makes sense. Okay, so they're gonna go with that there and knock out our Poro. I cry every time. And they're going to empower that to get it up to 4. If I could find... I want to kill this. Unless they just pay 1 power to retreat it. Which makes sense. See, that's the problem right there. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the problem. That right there is the problem. I think we may make use of our first mate this round to, like, as we conquer here. We untap the gold. We pay this to empower the gold. And we develop the first mate to bring this back. And we play the Forecaster. Oh, there it is. There it is. Cinema. Absolute cinema. Okay. Okay, now we're talking. Okay, so with 2 up, could have a punch first, so we gotta be careful here. Let's go ahead and pay for and drop the Tools of Empire. We're gonna tap here to empower the Tools of Empire. We definitely want to score to 4 this turn. Right, like we don't want to deplete our sources, so if they have some kind of buff here, I think I'm gonna pay 2. I think now's the time probably to play this. They go for a tactical retreat, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and empower this. Just to make them think a little bit. I'm gonna go ahead and conquer here. Could have developed Jace, to be honest, but it is what it is. Then I'm gonna pass. Do we play the punch first now? Any kind of buff does it here. But it would demand a buff out of them. It would demand a buff out of them, which could weaken their curve. I'm gonna try to go for it, I think. Maybe this is incorrect. Yep. Okay. It's a good draw. I kind of want to preserve this gear because if we top deck the Porobot, we have 3 gears to draw a card. So I'm just gonna trigger. I'm gonna do this. They're gonna tactical retreat over there, and I get rid of the punch first. They have 2 units. Okay, this is good. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Here we go. What a top deck. Pay 2. Empower my Jace. Pay 1. Undo these 2. Boost again. 11. 12. 23. That was an amazing top deck right there. No, I played Jace last turn. Oh. No best of 3? Well, I mean, we went first and we drew the thing, right? But, you know, the Ambessa, I talked so bad about the Ambessa matchup and we just steamrolled them. We're gonna draw after. Drop border into 4. Like our following top decks were a little bit sus because we didn't have the book here, right? See, like the Porobot can draw us a card because we keep this. Then there's the... Once we get the book, like we start drawing a lot. That's why I like the books, right? Situations like this where we just run... I mean, both of us just kind of like ran out of gas, right? Excellent showcase for Sabotage there. Excellent showcase for the Sprite Fountain. The Punch First got a buff out of them. I don't know if the Punch First timing was correct. Did you find the blue 2-cost gear useful? Seems like you don't have mana problems for Empower costs. It's not for the mana cost for, like, it helps with, like, with the tools of the Empire, sometimes, because we do have, in this matchup, we just kind of, like, ran low on stuff, right? But we play it because this card allows us to, trigger the Questionable Tome and the Hextech Disc in just one tap. And that's very important, right? Because once we empower our Jace, like, we empower one of them, we trigger them. We tap them both, we empower, we trigger them. Like... What's the card that draws 3 for 6 mana? No, it draws 4 for 6 mana. It's called Progress Day. Have you tried Aurora Jace? No, I have no intention of playing Aurora Jace. I've said this numerous times. Because I consider Aurora decks slop. I don't find them particularly interesting. I don't find them fun, and I have no interest in playing Aurora. My only concern is that we insta-lose to red after sideboard. Yeah, but that's where the Aspiring Engineer comes into play, right? Theoretically. So we bring her in games 2 and 3, and she can help us overcome the gear removal. Brittle Steel is definitely the scariest because Brittle Steel gets to be played twice. How many units of spells? We have a total of... We have 13 units. We have 15 gear, and we have 8 spells. We have a surprisingly low amount of units, but most of our units are 2-drops, and because our Hextech disc makes more units, like Hextech disc kind of counts as a unit basically. So we theoretically have 16 units because the disc is a unit. And the Sprite Fountain is a gear, but it also converts into a unit. Have you tried putting in the Sprite Queen in this deck? Too expensive. Too expensive, and the high end that I'm most happy with is Misfortune because of her synergy with Tools of Empire. Why no J signature spell? I don't think, no, the spell is not bad. The spell actually has a lot of potential. I just think the spell shines more in more late game variations of Jace. Unfortunately, including Aurora. But like more control Jace, which I haven't found as much success with. Like I think Tools of the Empire is a great card. Hey brother, did you see the release trailer for Rayquaza? What are your thoughts? You're the man. Hello, Nick. How you doing, buddy? I have not seen it actually. I'm taking a hiatus from Pokemon Pocket. So I've actually not seen it. You should use Hue in this deck. I've already explained why Hue is not nearly as good in this deck. We run 8 spells, guys. So Hue is not really going to be drawing us too many cards. Like, yeah, there's synergy with the patch Porobot, which is pretty alright, but it's still nothing crazy. And my curve has to be low. Like, I need units that can come in and attack immediately because of the structure of this deck. So drop border fits this strategy a lot better. The point of winning location is to buy you time to get to that point in the late game. I see. Wait, what do you mean? The point of winning locations is to buy you time to get to that point in the late game. I'm not sure what you're saying. What about Rengar instead of Misfortune? I considered Rengar. Rengar is always going to be a good card, but because this is a one-off slot, the key thing about Misfortune is that I can, when I play her when I want to close out the game, and the way I do this is with Misfortune. Not only does she works with, like, ideally with Tools of the Empire, right? If I play Misfortune, I tap Tools of Empire, I buff her, I move, I immediately get to, you know, I have 1 extra proc for Tools of Empire, which is huge. But in a pinch, she can also ready one of the mechs that, like, I can make a mech that turn. I play Misfortune, I attack, I ready the mech, and I can attack with a mech as well. She's there for that final push. That's why she's a one-off. She's there for when I need that final push. I need to be able to just go in and finish the game. And she's the best unit that fits this slot, this role. In the last match, Forecaster did nothing, right? Is there another 2-drop that you could replace him, or is he part of the deck already? Forecaster is a unit that I haven't been 100% certain on, but like what I like about I keep forgetting to use it. I forgot to use his vision, by the way, because this thing has vision, so I did not use it when I played it. I keep forgetting that. So what I like about Forecaster is that he's a 2/2 with vision, which helps me dig for my key gears that I'm missing. And when I play Patch Porobot, or whenever I spawn a Hextech, a mech, I get to vision again. So he synergizes with a strong aspect of my deck in allowing me to find, you know, get rid of the excess 2-drops that I may be top decking and find the key cards. And so far, he hasn't disappointed me. But there are alternatives. Sentry could be good because he just replaces himself, draws a card, and the Irresistible Faithfolk is also interesting. The problem that I have with Irresistible Faithfolk is that she only literally works if I have Tools of Empire. Otherwise, she doesn't. But I really like the vision. Like, the vision for this deck specifically has felt really, especially because we're drawing one card at a time with the Questionable Tome, so being able to get the right draw with it helps out a lot. And I want 9 2-drops because it's really important for us to find our turn 1 play. But I could see a world in which I drop Forecaster down to 2, and I make room for something else. In fact, that could be better. I think 8 2-drops is enough, right? But the idea is this deck wants... Like, 2-drops are really good in this deck because with Tools of Empire, we just boost them to crazy levels, right? So cheap units are good. And I'm going with 9 2-drops just because it's safe. Like, I'm always getting a turn 1 play. Dragon Soul Sage. No. If I had like more, if I was a different deck, I would run this. Maybe I should run 8 2-drops and play a, because there are other units that I have considered. Like, what are good 3-drops, right? Let's take a look at the 3-drops because like Kinku Initiate is not bad because with Tools of Empire we can easily have this draw as a card, which is nice. Lectrin Yordo is not bad because he cycles himself and I can make use of the tank with Tools of Empire potentially, but eh. Lucian is theoretically good because I can move in with Tools of Empire, I can conquer and then I can get out of there. Repair Specialist is a card that has really got my attention because but I actually don't generate as many gears. Was the 4-drop Jace useful so far? Yes, it's not incredible, but it's good, and in my opinion, for this deck, it's definitely better than the 2 other options. Being able to the ideal play is leading off with the Plundering Poro, getting the gold token, and then playing Jace and playing a Tools of Empire from hand. That's a really good turn 2. That applies a lot of pressure, and just because of that, I really like him. There are some games that I don't really use him, and he's just a 4. But the fact that he's a 4 is still kind of nice because he gives me a body that doesn't cost me power. Like, Lucian is definitely a consideration. I know people keep telling me about Pit Crew, but again, I keep answering with the same, like I keep saying the same thing. Like, this is not a Pit Crew deck. This is a drop border deck because we meet the requirement for drop border consistently. We don't always have a, like, a lot of times most of the time we don't have a gear to play from hand. So Pit Crew is good in a deck that is able to generate gold consistently. Like Aggro Ornn definitely wants to play Pit Crew, has a lot of cheap gears, you know, the Poro snacks that cycle themselves, right? Card Sharp is also a consideration. It works with Jace. Like, I could see myself running Card Sharp just because of the combo with Jace. Vic Boss, thank you for the Prime. There's definitely some good 2-drops to consider. Thank you, Vic Boss. I could run 2 forecast. I could run 1 Feyfolk because 1 Feyfolk sometimes really comes into play. Like I could definitely do that. With Feyfolk, if you play an aggro style, it does not. Yeah, that's the issue. Like, Feyfolk is far from perfect. I do think it could be a one-off, though. Because I have tested Feyfolk in the past, and it has done things. We haven't lost today. It's not that we play a crazy amount of games, but the deck has worked pretty well today so far. My issue with Feyfolk is that it really requires, once we have Tools of Empire, Feyfolk is just kind of busted. Pickpocket sideboard is interesting, like, but right now, I like my sideboard as it is. I really want to make sure that I can handle Aurora, so I really want to keep the triple Turn to Dust. Maybe 2 Turn to Dust is enough, considering I'm playing 3 Sabotage, but I really don't want to lose to Aurora. I cut the plate, I cut the Plate Worm Egg because it just doesn't fit this deck. We don't have stuff like Progress Day. We don't have ways to capitalize on the excess energy to that degree. I think you should try the 2 Forecaster, 1 Feyfolk. I can definitely see that, yeah. Because the question is, do I want that or do I want like a Lucian theoretically fits really well. I really like Repair Specialist, but I just don't feel like this is the deck for her. Because oftentimes, like, I struggle to have 3 gears on the board. Like, I peak at like 3 or 4, and then she's really strong, but with Tools of Empire, she just kind of feels redundant. Like, Lucian is definitely just more useful. Arigatou gozaimasu!
I first found you from Heimer Deck Tech in Runeterra.
That was my first video, actually.
Full circle with Jace spamming bots once again.
Full circle, baby. Dark Lightning with the Prime. 3 months. My boy. Why does Lucian fit again? Because Lucian works really well with Tools of the Empire. Lucian, like, this deck also wants to score points without losing, board presence. And Lucian contributes to that. But Patch Porobot also kind of does that as well. So I feel like Lucian can be a bit redundant sometimes. And I think the Irresistible Feyfolk does more as a one-off. I like her as a one-off. Because she is insane with tools, but if we don't have tools, like, she's kind of meh. Lucian is also potentially really strong with, I mean, but the Patch Porobot kind of does the same, right? And Lucian could be the sideboard for when going second. Yeah, that's a good point. But what do we take out from the sideboard for it? Maybe we don't need the last Shock Blast. Like, what are we running Shock Blast against? Arigatou gozaimasu! I mean, against Aggressive decks. Mog, your video showing this simulator got me to try this game. Really liking it. Going to the pre-release this weekend. One of us. One of us. Enjoy yourself, man. Happy to see you enjoying it. Enemy Anemones. Enemy Anemones. What the hell is that name? Thank you for the prime, though. 5 months. My boy. Disposable order allows me to interact with opponents' trash, which can be really strong against cannon decks. I don't know if I need the third Shock Blast, to be honest, because I do feel like running Lucian when going second is potentially quite strong. But we're also bringing Aspiring Engineer as a thing. Like, we're swapping Aspiring Engineer. Maybe I just run 1 Decree of Strength. I take out 1 Decree of Strength, I take out 1 Shock Blast, and I play 2 Lucians in the sideboard. Wait. Anemone, like the clownfish home. Okay, so Akali. Alright. Going second. Okay, we have a Hextech Formula, we have a Sabotage and a Sprite Fountain. I think for now we can take out the Sabotage and the Sprite Fountain. Okay, so because I have the first mate, I can actually lead off with the Forecaster. I can Vision. I can recycle this, and next turn I can develop Hextech Formula into that. Okay, so I could also theoretically just make a gold gear token to allow me to draw better, but I think just staying out of the way is better. So we conquer here. And then we play the first mate. We do this. We could get Falling Star, though. Falling Star could definitely happen here, and that would really hurt us. So they empower her, okay. 1 energy, 1 power. They trigger that, bring him back. And then they get to move again, and now they have a free Falling Star that's just gonna blow us back. They make a free gold there. Yeah, I don't know if that was the correct play to play the Falling, like play into Falling Star like that. Also, making a gold token could have allowed me to develop Jace. They're gonna hide something there, okay. Maybe just setting up this draw engine here. Double Zanya's Hourglass here, okay. They go for the ganking, and I think we're getting cooked here, though, to be honest. This is rough. Like, this double Zanya's definitely hurt us here. Oof. We gotta start getting rid of these Zanyas. Wait, yeah, 6. Yeah, we're getting cooked here. This double Zanya is actually does a lot. This double Zanya's does too much. Oof. Yep. The problem is they go to 6 and then they go to 8. We can't stop them from double conquering here. They have too much power going on now, and we ended up in a position where, like, when we played into that falling star, I think was when we lost the game. So let's go to the next one. Okay, so we're going first. They're definitely going to be bringing in some gear hate. So we want to bring in the aspiring engineer, but the question is for what? I guess we take out a forecaster for an aspiring engineer. Since we're going first, and then we can take out another one for another one after that, but we still want our A2 drops. Hopefully we don't miss our 2-drop here. That would suck. We want to keep the tools of the Empire. We want to keep the shock blast. No, we want the aspiring engineer to be able to bring it back. So, I mean, Shock Blast does a lot, dealing damage to everybody. It can also get defied, is the problem. I really want a 2-drop with this hand is the problem. So I'm going to mulligan away these 2, even though I may regret it, just so I can find a 2-drop. Okay. We find, I guess we keep that, right? What's the play here? They could have the Akali spell here. Yep. I think I'm gonna deploy the Tools of Empire here. I'm gonna sack the book with Jace. I mean, they consume 1 power and they... Wait. Okay, no, yeah, they have 1 power left. I have to prevent the 4th point here. It's essential for us to prevent that. We play this. We empower this. And then we pay 1. We trigger this, and then we play the first mate. We ready you, and we get you back here. So I guess this matchup can be quite difficult as well because they can get in and out. Okay, so they empower her. Oh. Wait, no. It's 5. Whoa, rip. Rest in peace. I mean, aspiring... We should definitely play more aspiring engineer then. Jesus. Fuck. They have thermal beam, bro. I think I have to tap this twice, to be honest. And in order to prevent like double, like it has to be Jace. And then I actually have to do this to untap this and tap it again to make sure that I can kill this. Because this needs to die. But if they have Emperor's Divide, I'm fucked. Okay, at least we killed that asshole. The problem is here, like I die to this. Bro. Bro, we're so cooked. We are so cooked. Yep, so post sideboard game against red is really bad. And if that's an Emperor's Divide, then we are Omega dead, right? Yep. Actually, they get to play that from flow. GG. Because they get to play this from flow, right? Then move a friendly unit, so they get to conquer here and here. GG. Well, we got bodied by Akali. I mean, Thermo Beam and Brittle Steel post sideboard is brutal. Like, we have to win game one. But game one, like, they just got off with the Jhin. I generally don't do poorly against Akali, but that game definitely felt rough. There's that new 1-cost spell that counters red. Could be worth it. Decide for a way to deal with... For a way to win without gears into red. But what do you mean? The Decree of Rage. I can't play that. There is an argument for playing, like, bringing in Disposal Order. I mean, I definitely got to bring 2 Aspiring Engineers, but there's an argument for bringing in Disposal Order against Akali for the Brittle Steel and for the flow. But maybe Akali is a tough matchup. Like, a well-played Akali could be really problematic for us. But to be fair, like, that first game, they just really... We played into the Falling Star. But games 2 and 3, if they bring in, like, Thermal Beam and Brittle Steel, we're kind of... We're in a rough spot, I think. We have to keep the Sabotage, I think, to hit those cards. Like, I mulliganed the Sabotage. So there are things that I could have done differently, to be honest. Is there a way to transform the deck in a less gear dependent? Unfortunately, not really. Like, Aspiring Engineer is our best answer for that. But, like, we have Sabotage to get rid of stuff like Brittle Steel and Thermal Beam, so we need to, like, not mulligan it in games 2 and 3 is the thing. So there are things we could have done differently there. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. Like, I don't know if I can justify these 2 Lucians because they're taking up a lot of slots. I mean, let's keep play, because I mean, I do want to bring them in the next game, okay? Because Zeke's interesting. Going second. We have the Tools of Empire. We always keep the Tools of Empire. We have a first mate to drop on the first turn. A questionable tome and a drop border. It's gonna be a while since I played the drop border, so I think I'm gonna drop that. I do want to prioritize the plundering Poro over this, though. To be fair, they could just hunt me down. So they don't burn. Merchant. So this is probably like a okay. Because Zeke's can come down if I play Tools of the Empire. What's the ideal play here? Because we can conquer here. We can try to hold. But then we don't have any plays after that. What if we just trade? What if we... I think I need one turn to be able to set things up. But then I could fall behind tempo-wise, and then we would be in trouble. I think I'm just gonna deploy my Jace. But keep him in the bench. Though I am more vulnerable to them targeting me like this way, but I feel like right now this is what we gotta do. Maybe I should have just attacked into this to prevent their ability to double score this turn. Maybe that would have been better. Okay. Yeah, I probably should have, yeah. I can challenge that. Buff to that. There's the patch Porobot, which is nice. What am I discarding here? I kind of like everything that I have so far. So I may as well just actually draw, right? Also interesting. I really want to... I'm actually gonna discard the Poro bot. Draw into another Poro bot, Omega Lol. Then I'm gonna play you. I'm going to ready you, bring you back, and then I'm gonna make use of this mana to empower my Tools of Empire. Okay. I'm gonna sabotage. Okay. Hmm. So keeping these two units around. Because then the Rengar comes in and I can at least trade with it. I can't really afford. They could have a 2-mana buff. But I don't think I can play around that. Oh. Okay. And that's pretty much game. Problem is the Rengar just automatically wins for them. I can't like a ride the wind, the fizz does it. We're trying to navigate around the Rengar win here. And they're returning that to hand, which allows them to next turn play Rengar into that. Which means we need to alter our course here. What's the way we can do this? We need to set up enough might to be able to protect from a Rengar. Because if we just conquer and get out of there, they play Rengar or whatever into first mate and they double conquer and they win. Unless we can find a... Unless we can find a challenge. If we can find a challenge to remove this unit. So we have to vision first. Recycle that. We tap this to empower this. We tap Jace to and then we tap this again. Nope, no challenge. So we go here. And we set you here. And we die, right? Like... This is the only way that I see. If I could have placed one more. Okay. At least it discarded Fizz. Okay, that does it. GG. Tough game. How much gear removal do we think they have? Because I don't think we take out anything. I think we just because this color combination may have acceptable losses, and that's it. It's a little bit too early for Misfortune, I think. I'm also going to drop the drop border and see if I can find more pieces. Ah, that was unfortunate. Two Matriarchs down there. Okay. We may want to slow them their ability to go to 4 here. So I'm gonna make use of this battle, the Sandswept Tomb, and I'm gonna go for challenge. And then I'm gonna pay 3. I'm gonna play the first mate. I'm gonna go back and call that a turn. This prevents them from easily scoring 2 points this turn, which, you know, we need to slow them down. Maybe I need a third challenge. Maybe I need like a challenge in the sideboard to bring in a third challenge for matchups like these, which are very unit-centric. Because I just want another challenge now. Okay, they discard a hard bargain. They play Fizz. Ride the wind. So they get to score. Interesting. Okay. Yep. But I mean, we do get the Fizz out of them. Interesting that they stayed there. Punch first is quite likely. But if they have a punch first, they go down in runes a lot. Punch first here makes more sense. So I want to get stuff out of them before I decide what to do. So I'm just gonna attack with this alone. Because if they punch first here... Yep. So I empower this. I untap and I empower again. And then I get to play this. And I think at this point I just play the first mate. Okay, so there's no more threat of Rengar this turn. Oh, I was like, what? Probably gonna bring back Fizz. And go for a Ride the Wind. No, they have, yeah, they have another one. It's game though. We can redo. Okay. So it's about who gets to 6 first. And they applied a lot of pressure to be able to get there, but I missed like my third challenge. With challenge, I'm able to clear their board a lot easier. Yeah, they play the Fizz there, which allows them to play the Ride the Wind for free. I forgot what I drew, by the way. Okay, so we play Kha'Zix there. We have double border, Cowabunga. So we got to play around punch first. So punch first is the biggest problem here. So with punch first, they can get something up really high. As long as we have one proc, these double borders can. Okay, so if we drop a border. And they go for a punch first. We need 3 there, so if we drop a border with 2 of these, they have 7, we have 8. Then we still have 2 attacks with this, so I think that's the play. I think we go in here with these, and if they have a punch first on one of these. We should make use of this anyways, like with one proc and that 4 3 plus 4, we beat a punch first on the left, so we only need 1 proc from here. Okay, so we're gonna play drop border, who comes in ready. And then the plan is to go with you, you, and you in a boost. Because then you and you plus that wins. So we boost you. We go up to 6. We play another drop border just in case, because if we lose this guy, it's over. So we go with you, and with you. Because this trades with the punch first. And then we tap with Jace, we untap this, we boost here. And this is punch first proof. Okay. Okay, clean. Now is when we want to bring in the Lucians. Now is when we get to test the Lucians out. Disposable Order could be good, to be honest. Do I take out the Irresistible Faithfolk here? I mean, it's more removal, so I think that would be a mistake. I think I can take out 1 Plundering Poro and 1 Forecaster, just to have that bit of flexibility with that. And Disposable Order is a card that really... I could take out 1 Sabotage for... I mean, Sabotage is really good to stop punch first shenanigans, but Disposable Order also feels good. Let's try this. As a one-off, maybe. We have a punch first that can come into play. We have the Patch Poro bot who can come in and get out. I feel like punch first is the kind of card that's really important in this matchup, so I kind of want to keep it. I do want to keep the Tool of the Empire as well. I think I may drop the Sprite Fountain for now. Though it can also be quite strong, but I want to find other pieces, so I'm gonna... Maybe dropping the Sprite Fountain is a mistake. Okay, so do I punch first here? I think I do. 6, 7, right? Fuck it. Fuck it, YOLO. YOLO. Absolute YOLO. So I can empower this, then I can conquer here. And I can start making my mechs. Burns a lot of power doing that, though. And I keep burning power doing this, but getting rid of Vex can be quite important. Because right now I don't want to play into a punch first. They could also have a star crossed. What if I just play this, I give you a buff, and then I could potentially make use of this here and make another mech. And preserve this for later. Let's try this. Okay. So I tap 1, I get rid of 2 power, and I go for a shock blast here. Okay, that worked out. And I make another mech. Okay, we get rid of the punch first. We get to do this. And empower you. Wait. I think we actually focus on getting rid of this thing. Because otherwise, like, we lose the ability to make it. We need to deploy. And if I undo this as 3, if I can just deploy double. Because if I take you out with just 1 boost there, then I can... Perhaps getting rid of that unit is more important. It's a bigger unit, and I can guarantee do that this turn. So I do that. But then I have to tap you twice is the problem. That's why, like, I don't get to deploy a unit, and I think that's a mistake. So yeah, I'm just gonna give the boost to this guy here. I'm gonna come and conquer here. And I'm going to get rid of both of these, which sucks. That draw would have been nice, but maybe I need some more burst here. And I think deploying Jace matters more than deploying a unit here. Actually, wait. No, it doesn't, because I can untap this, make a unit, and then I can empower this turn. It's going too fast on me, though. But then if they have the right to win into that, there was no way of... Maybe I should have protected here. Okay. I mean, now I know what they have in hand, so this sabotage top deck is pretty good, I think. Because I know what they have. I should have played that last turn to clear my board. That would have won them the game. I empower here. Maybe I want to play Jace here so they can't double conquer me. Also, or it's less like they're completely reliant on a top deck to be able to do that. So I think that's the play here. I need to find a way to slow them down, because otherwise they just get the double conquer too easily. So I trigger this, I disempower it, I make a mech in the base. I mean, if they double conquer, then I can double clear them if I do this. But if they top deck like the movement card, I think it's better to do this. Is it riskier? No, I think this is a mistake. Yeah, this is a mistake, isn't it? Yeah, this is a mistake. I think I choked here. I need a border. If I have a border, I can win. Or a Porobot. I think I threw here. I threw. There were a lot of top decks that got me out, but I think placing the Jace there. I think placing the Jace there was a big mistake. I think I choked this game. Oh, I drew the Sprite Fountain after. Oh, that's so devastating. Oh, and then I wouldn't be in a position to win, man. If I drew this now, I would be in a position to win. Because I kind of lured them, but I should have, but then they just only conquer with one and they're at 6, and then I'm forced to defend, so, yeah. I drew the out after. I would have won. It was really close, but if I play this in the back, then they just conquer there, and they can try to set up for that kind of lethal, and I have to hold, so I'm also still in like a bad spot because they have to punch first, right? But as long as I keep generating these, at least I have a chance. Ah, it's a shame though. Did I mulligan away the drop order? Because maybe that was a mistake. I don't know. I was actually in a situation where I ran out of units, which doesn't happen too much. GG's. Very close series. I think I may have thrown here because if they find the movement spell, they kind of they basically, okay, so if they find the movement spell, they put me in that same position anyways. They kind of like just move my shit around and they can work to double conquer. And I'm in the same position as before, so I had to keep him in the back, right? Even though they get an easy double conquer. I just have to play around punch first afterwards, but that's like really easy for me to do. And I can actually yeah, I would have won. As long as I play around punch first. But with 2 tools of Empire and with the ability to use Jace, yeah, I think that was a choke no matter what. Like placing the Jace there was a choke. I mean, they top deck the punch first, right? But it was a throw nonetheless. Like, I had to play Jace in the back. Because then with punch first, they have a 7, they have a 4. They have a 7 and a 4. And with this, like, I can untap this. I play this, I empower it. I can't do that and empower Jace that turn, though, which is important to know. But I can empower it. Or I can just play that, empower Jace, and then tap both of them, which is probably better. And then in order to play around punch first, I just have to be 5 above, which means I have to... I play Jace, I boost this by 2, and then I boost it by 4. Yeah, I get to play around punch first. No, but then... Yeah, I don't know if I can beat punch first with both. I don't know if I can generate that much might, because I need to generate a lot, right? I have 4 and 3. I bring in 3. I have to boost by 6, so I have to trigger that 6 twice. But then if I boost Jace by 6, I do lose to a punch first. But at least I would have still been in the game. They would have drawn Gust, which would have been a dead draw. I would have won. So I did throw there at the end. But that series really taught me that I like having like a third challenge. Shock Blast was also very nice there. The deck feels nice though. I mean, I don't know about the double Lucian Merciless. Shock Blast could be good. It's a unit-based deck, so having access to challenge is nice. I think I'm only going one Sabotage and 1 Shock Blast to find my 2-drop. This is like a weird deck. This is not what I was expecting. They have ramp and they have that, so it's different. It's probably like a greedy version. I can always challenge that. They can play Rengar after I go in here, which is a problem, but then I can do that in, like, I can... I can go here. I can conquer, and then I can play Jace. Get rid of this and play this. Yeah, they just ramp. They just don't care. Is this Aurora, bro? Is this Rengar Aurora? No, it can't be. They have the Dragon Soul Sage. Whatever they're trying to do, it's like... It's potentially big. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna go... I'm gonna go G's here to score some points. I need to be fast. I'm gonna retreat with this guy. I'm gonna spawn you, which gives me vision. I don't need another Hex Deck Disc, so I'm gonna recycle that. And then I think I'm gonna just play a Hex Deck Disc. And empower it. Yeah, Aurora with Dragon with the Surge doesn't make sense. They can bring in Rengar. Yep, we were expecting that, but we wanted the points. And we want them to... Okay. I think we tap this and we make a mech and then we vision. Hextech formula is nice, right? It kind of like accelerates our thing. So I feel like that's okay. I think this turn we do want to empower this. We don't need to go to... We'll just tap this twice and then play another Poro just to have another body on the board. What if we just empower Jace this turn? And we get the points that way. Or should we challenge this? I feel like we should challenge this because otherwise things are going to get potentially out of hand. So I'm going to untap... I'm going to untap this, tap it again, go up to 10. Go here and conquer with this. As I generate a gold token. I think I challenged this to just weaken their ability to play dragons like that. And then I come in here. I untap this and I tap it again to empower. Caldergrin draws 2, okay. So we go to 7. And now the first things first, we tap this. And we make a mech, which allows us to vision. Drop order is nice, but what we're kind of looking for other things. So let's recycle that. And now we get to play the Hex Deck formula. We tap 2. 1 blue, 1 this, and we empower our Jace. Which allows us to tap this again, untap these 2, tap this to empower this, and then we tap 1 to generate another mech token and vision again. Tools of the Empire, we're probably going to need that, potentially. We're going to go back and we're going to set up a double conquer here. Okay, big boys. Another cow. Okay, so all the might. So hunting for a sabotage could have been good. We can play Misfortune in another, but double Tools of the Empire may be the way to do this. Double Tools of the Empire that we can tap twice just gives us a ridiculous amount of might. So the first things first is we're gonna try to conquer here. So no, keeping the Tools of the Empire was good here. Okay. Okay, they're tapped out. No, that's great. Oh, wait, never mind. That's not great. In fact, that's terrible. So with a punch first, that goes up to 14. We have to try to conquer here first. In the big one. So we have to kind of go all in. Oh shit, bro. Like I actually may not be able to power through this. 18 might there. I have to play Tools of the Empire. I have to tap this to empower it. Actually, no. I'm just gonna pay 2 to empower it because I may need to make more mechs for next round. So tapping both of these here. Let me empower this and tap it so that I can make use of my vision one more turn and see. I mean, Porobot works. Porobot can draw me, like, can trigger the vision again and do that. So let's see. I can trigger both of these, and that gives me 8 might. 8 might, 11, 14. And then we have to trigger them again. $14 might versus 18. We gotta factor in punch first. We gotta factor in punch first, so we gotta tap Jace, untap both of these. 14 might plus 8, 21. 21, I mean, they can still kill us with a punch first. Jesus. It's 22 might, but they have so if we buff this instead, sorry, lots of math. 21, 25. I think I just have to play it safe, man. I have to make sure that I wipe these out. No, but then if I okay, so wait, if I do this, if I go with 14, if I go with if they go with a punch first, I can actually react with a shock blast. So if I go 11 here, and I preserve these two bodies in the back, I can actually do that. So I think I'm gonna go with this. This is 18. No, I miscalculated. This way I protect against challenge. Thrill the hunt, okay. So I conquer and draw. And then I can undo this. And I could try to trade into one of these. Just get rid of this thing. But they could also just have the... What if I just try to hold there? Because now they're, I mean, this would demand more out of them. So I think it's worth. But then that leaves me with so little units, but I still have 2 to conquer with. So fuck it. I want to get rid of that thing. Confront, okay. 2, 3, 4. Okay, so they're tapping out. As long as it's not, it's this fucking dragon again. They've already played 2 Thrill of the Hunts. So I'm gonna go ahead and tap this and play Shock Blast to try to get rid of it. Okay, but they're tapped out. Jesus Christ, bro. And now we bring in the queen. The queen herself. Now I'm going second, so I think I want to bring in Devolution. Are they going to bring in Gear Hate? I would assume. Forecaster can help us find our pieces. I feel like Aspiring Engineer is going to be important. Punch first is going to be key. I'm going to keep this hand just because Forecaster is not bad. Next turn, I got what? 5 mana. Let's recycle that. What if I bounce here? No, if I do that and I untap, I get to... It's the same as... I get to... They can play Rengar next turn is the problem, though. Fuck, this is already a complex turn. Okay. I think I kind of need to focus on building up that. Okay, so 4. Maybe picking up the Hextech form, that would have been nice. They can play Rengar now. Gotta keep that in mind. Rengar can be a thing now. So before anything, we're gonna play the Patch Poro bot as it'll draw us a card. Start making mechs. Tap this to empower it. I'm gonna make use of this to empower my Jace. There it is. Can we outgrind these dragons in a long game? The moment they drop Caldergrin, we're in trouble. Well, I had to jinx it, didn't I? Okay. Yeah, post sideboard, that just completely destroys us. Oh, fuck, dude. Yeah, that's it. That's it. If they have Thermal Beam, yeah, that's the problem with this deck. Thermal Beam. It feels like our games against red afterwards just... are so tough. They have a thrill to hunt. But we can just punch first if that happens, so we're just gonna go with this. I can't play into another thermal beam is the thing, so I gotta be wary. I'm gonna try to make as many units as I can. No Caldergrim, please. Oh, for fuck's sake. Every time I say it. Every time I say it, they have it. Bruh. Okay. Bruh. It's over. It's so Jover. I think it's safe to assume we are cooked, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that turbo beam was so rough. So we gotta tempo the shit out of them. Like, there's no other way. Nah, they have too many cards. They have too many openings. Like, we have this thing, but we only have so much might, and the fact that they can respawn things, like, it's too much. I can't break through that. Like, they have a million plays. We need to we need to just like go turbo on them. I think I can even drop one questionable tome at this point, to be honest. We just need to go
Good day,
absolutely
Mod.
turbo.
What do you think about new green Akali with Aurelia deck?
The
Do you
punch
think
first,
it's
I mean, the
worth the
punch
try
first
or
can
not?
come into play early. The tools of the Empire is important. I'm gonna mulligan the punch first. I need tempo. I'll play this guy. I'll keep the Sprite Fountain because it's the kind of card that I need to be able to just score on them. I can't score here because of this, so... To prevent a Rengar from coming down and just eating me. No, I can just... I get to play this for 3, but it doesn't... We don't really do much because of it. We need to just like score like crazy. We need to score every turn. So if they play the Rengar, that'll be their entire turn, and then we can retaliate. Do we just play double bot? Or do we just play the tools of the Empire? I'm gonna play tools of the Empire, fuck it. Yep. Yep. Hmm. I mean, what if they thermal beam me? Oh, whatever. Doesn't it count when I control it? So I can't play this here? I was playing around punch first. I went for a double pump because I was playing around punch first. Okay. Well, I would have played my turn a little bit differently, but whatever. Okay, that challenge is exactly what I need. Oh, okay. 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 Yeah. The thermal beam is so powerful against this. I don't know how we're gonna navigate around thermal. I have to do a lot of thinking about how to deal with like thermal beams sideboards, because the card just obliterates us so hard. Okay. There's some top decks here that do it. There are some top decks here that do it. Come on, Heart of the Cards. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, I can at least do this. They're gonna have 8 mana, that means they need to accelerate with 2. I think I just have to get rid of the thermal beam because it can kill my units. They have 2 thermal beams, bro. So I have to try to hold on them. Empower my Poro for good luck. I could retreat my Poro. Probably should have just, yeah, approved. Oi! Oh my god, dude. Yeah, it's a problem. Like game 1, we did great. Game one was amazing. But then game 2 happened, and then I just and the thermal beam dropped down, and my entire life crumbled before me. And then I figured out, okay, so at least we're going first game. The cool thing about this deck is we can tempo, like we can aggro decks like that. I mean, Aspiring Engineer is a must, but I need to figure out like my games 2 and 3 where there's so much gear removal, and if I'm facing red, I mean, they had 2 thermal beams in the sideboard. I don't think, I mean, maybe a lot of red decks run that, man. I don't know. Now that you have 10 cards in the sideboard. I missed a donation. Good days, Mog. What do you think about the new green Akali with Irelia deck? Do you think it's worth trying or not? That's a good question. I'm not sure because it's kind of competing with the Celicorn slot and you don't want as many units, right? But it could be like a one-off or something, maybe. I missed a donation. Okay, give me a moment. I can check that. I was zoned in. I like this deck a lot, though. Where's the donation? Maybe I missed the sub, right? Oh, the sub. Okay, I thought you meant donation. I probably should have cited in my sabotages for sure. It just gets so bricky as you lose draw in dragons. Oh, right. Oh, so it was you. Why do you gotta run 2 thermal beams in your sideboard, man? Like, what? I mean, for Azir, yeah. That game too, you just popped off. I think I need a 3rd challenge in the sideboard. I don't know. I don't think Lucian is good, but I just don't think it's worth the deck space. Like, it's good going 2nd, but I feel like I need more cards to protect me. Like, I need a 3rd challenge. I definitely need a 3rd challenge, and I need... What else do I need? I like Rampage a lot more than Challenge. Because it doesn't cost power. I mean, you have bigger units. And the option for +2 might. Arigato gozaimasu! But this deck is very tight on energy, and I feel like Challenge is more important. I don't make use of the action speed from Challenge, though, often. I mean, I could if I'm attacking. Hiyoshiro, thank you for the Prime! Like, very rarely am I using it in action, like when I'm attacking, so maybe I should be playing Rampage instead. It just costs 1 more, and a lot of times that makes a difference. But the power cost is also heavy. I feel like with this deck, I could just run, like, instead of 3 challenge, I could put a Rampage in the sideboard. That way, like, I have another potential challenge, but I'm not consuming my power every time I play them. Because in certain matchups, I'm gonna keep them in hand. Like, the Forecaster puts in the work, man, with the vision. This 2-drop is not disappointing to me. I may just play triple Aspiring Engineer. I tried Plaza Guardian Hyoshiro in my first iteration of Jace, which was like an all-body deck. And it just wasn't good. I think the card has potential in like Renata and maybe Ornn, but not with Jace. This is a deck that I've been working on. I mean, it's the deck that I've been working on, right? And right now, not counting like Aurora nonsense, this is what works best for me. Like this feels, maybe Hex deck formula should be a 2 of, like there's some considerations of things to tweak around. But I feel like the Hex deck formulas have rarely felt useless. I mean, that game, it was a little bit, like I probably should have taken out the Hex deck formula instead of like the... Like, we did pretty good today. I argue that Zeke's deck, we would have won. It was extremely close. It was a really good series. And we would have won if I didn't choke in the last turn. And the bad game was against Akali. We got bodied against Akali. Because game 1, they had the Zanyas with the Jhin and then just popped off. And because they can just come in and get out. They were able to out-tempo us and we couldn't really do much about it. But that's where like that's where like more removal comes in. You tried a more blue variant, control removal focus with Hextech Disc as a value engine. I could definitely try that. The problem with that kind of deck is that I mean, I could try it. Because theoretically, you can build it to also beat Aurora, because you can run sabotages and turn to dust in the sideboard. Like, that is also an approach. I can also sack the formula with Jace, exactly, if I pull too many of them. Sometimes I even sack the book. If I have another one in hand and I have a lot of cards, I can just... and I need tempo, I just sack the book and I play, like... This Jace definitely feels the best. The deck feels nice. But it can be vulnerable. So you decide to go all in with Jace? I mean, it's the only thing that I've been playing. To be honest, like... The other legends don't really speak to me too much. Like, Akali seems interesting. But Nasus just feels... meh. Renekton is just like, it's totally not my playstyle anyways. Kennen is gonna be too mainstream. Like, I don't want to play Kennen when he's gonna be extremely popular, and I just don't want to do that. Zed, I don't know what to think about Zed. Reggaeton, sorry, reggaeton. Do you think the Otterpuss card could work, or am I tripping? That card is weird. It's only good if you, like, lead off with it. But it does slow deck down. Like, I think the card is actually interesting. It literally just stops a turn to, it stops at a turn 2 point. Like, this card, I feel like this is an interesting 2-drop for control decks. Not for our deck. No, I'm not saying for this deck. This deck wants to be able to score. But I'm saying, like, if you were to build, like, a more control version of Jace, then Otterpuss can actually be pretty okay. Not here, not here. No, we're a tempo deck. Then please try Akali. I could try, like, Akali I feel like is the only other one of the new legends that I would go into. What have we seen from Zed so far? How about Shen? Everybody is just like downplaying Shen so much. Zed is just the miracle deck, right? Like I'm not as like I don't find Zed exciting for some reason. I don't know. I saw no Mel's. I think there's a good chance that Allen's will main Mel. Or maybe he'll stick with Diana, but there's a good chance that he actually goes with Mel. Cause Zeke's got really good this set with purple Zed and a few other new cards. Zed himself seems kind of mid as a legend, surely worse than Draven. I don't see a reaction tag on Bloom Prefect, but I assume that you can trigger it immediately if you want to. Yes. The way the card works, it works like that, yes. I'm not worried about just Aurora decks with this deck. And I like that a lot. I guess Irelia seems scary. I feel like maybe just running 2 Rampages. Like, Aspiring Engineer is good, but running 3 Aspiring Engineers, do I ever want to do that? Like, against red, do I want that? I feel like 2 is good enough. Yeah, Calm is scary for me. But specifically... like, Irelia, Akali... Like, red is scary. Because they can run Thermal Beam and they can run Birdo Steel. Sabotage can help. Like, I think against red, I can't mulligan away the Sabotage. Like, I feel like I also misplayed with it a lot. And I really like Aspiring Engineer. Like, bring an Aspiring Engineer in games 2 and 3 so that I can combat the gear removal. And if I'm facing red, don't just dump everything into a Thermal Beam and get blown back. Against Akali, I basically bring in the Rampage. And I try to, I bring in the Aspiring Engineer. I try to clean up their board. Is Disposal Order bait? It could be. Like, theoretically, it works against Ken. I don't struggle against Kennen, though. Like, Kennen doesn't feel that rough for me. Because the best thing they bring against me is Salvage, and with this Aspiring Engineer, Salvage is not as... Like, they can replace Salvage. No, they can replace Salvage. So, yeah, no, I think this card is actually important. And right now, like, there's nothing else that I feel like I need to... Because I bring in the Aspiring Engineers. I have Graveyard Hate. I have Gear Hate for Aurora, specifically. And I have more access to the bench with double Rampage to support my 2 challenge. And that way I can adjust. I feel like I like this sideboard as it is. Alan has been high up on the Dredge Up card. You think you would drop the questionable tomes for it? For reference, it's the 2 mana draw 1 card draw flow 2. Yeah, I still prefer the tome because it synergizes with my formula. It synergizes with my patch Porobot, like it gives me a gear. I can drop it easily for Orn's Forge, and the tome, the questionable tome, can actually draw me a lot more over time. Like, the questionable tome has not felt bad for me. It gives me that extra juice that I often need. It's not Aurora Jace is going to be strong, or is it just a weaker version of Aurora Jace? They're 2 very different decks, first of all. And I still stand by, like, I believe that Aurora decks are a lot more vulnerable this set. I'm not worried about the Aurora matchup with this deck because I have triple Sabotage, and then in games 2 and 3 I bring in triple Turn to Dust, and I can kill Elder Dragons. I only play one punch first. Yeah, I could play more punch first, but it. Believe it or not, it doesn't come into play as often because we use Tools of Empire to buff our units. It can help defensively, but I only run one copy of it because it's not a card that I want to draw multiple copies of, basically, with this deck. I need help in defense, yeah. But it's very power hungry, and we already consume a lot of power in many different ways. By the way, you don't need to label in power. There's a button to... Oh, okay, well that makes things faster. Why? Oh, the acceleration gate. Because First Mate is just better. First Mate gives me a body, doesn't cost me power, and for this deck specifically, it's just better. I think Acceleration Gate makes more sense if you play the Plate Worm Egg and you have like more spells and you draw cards and stuff. Like, I still want to try to design like a more control version of Jace that doesn't play Aurora. I feel like there's potential in that. But I like this one, like the ability that I have to push. And how do you win with this deck? You score points, you tempo. You have to spend some time like setting up your gears and stuff, but the key thing is your Hextech desk basically means that you always have a body. Like, once you set this up, you're always gonna have a body on the bench to just keep pushing. Sprite Fountain is very key here. Like, this card makes a big difference. And we try to punch through our opponent's defenses. We use Tools of Empire to just get our might up high, and we score points. Maybe Cataclysmic Duo and Control. I actually thought about that. Card Sharp is something I considered, but we consume power, but we don't, like, the deck is quite fine in that sense. Like, if you use your power right, like, you don't need ways to mitigate the power loss as much. It's just about knowing when to, you know, consume. Like, we have power consumption, but it's not the craziest. I thought about running Lucian, yes. But I value having 9 2-drops more. Especially because my 2-drops are pretty solid going second as well. Because Porobot is basically, on my game 1, my patch Porobot is a 2-drop Lucian. I go into the Veil Temple, I use the Veil Temple to untap it, and I bring it back. I can also ready it with Jace. What's the point of blue Jace without a big gear payoff? Tempo. Ideally, we lead off with Plundering Poro and we generate a gold token, and then we can play Jace and develop our Tools of Empire. It gives us a very strong turn too. In other situations where sometimes we don't get that kind of opener and we don't really have a good Jace play, but we can still use him later in the game with Sprite Fountain. We can play Sprite Fountain, we can play Jace, we can pop the Sprite Fountain, and we get 2 sprites, and then we get to play a gear from our hand. He's not incredible, but he's actually in quite a few games he's really good. And compared to the other 2 decks, for a deck of this nature, he's a lot better. Yeah, Patch Porobot is what makes this deck, like, possible. This card is like everything you want out of a 2-drop. Like, it's nuts. With Veil Temple, you get to untap him. You can untap him with Jace. And if you manage to set up 3 gears, like, you get to draw a card. Like, this 2-drop is amazing. The star of the deck for sure. But this is just one version of Jace, not necessarily his strongest version, in your opinion. Oh, you're asking me. I don't know yet what his strongest version is. Everybody's like really hyped about the Aurora deck. I still think that Aurora decks are gonna be easier to counter. I think you know, to say one is strictly better than the other, like I feel like Aurora Jace is a very, very different deck from this. This is you know, it can still be optimized, tweaked here and there, but this is what I believe is the proper way to play something like Tempo Jace with the drop borders. But I have yet to actually try to play like a more control, like slowy version of Jace. And the strongest, like the control-y version of Jace, I would play the acceleration gate. Now I have more of an idea of how to build it, so I'll be trying that too. But I'm really happy with this one. Like this deck performed quite well. What's the role of Misfortune here? A finisher. She's our finisher. Because when she moves, the first time she moves each turn, you can ready out something else is exhausted. So we can ready the Tools of Empire. We can pump her, bring her in, ready Tools of Empire, pump, and then go and conquer the other lane. She's there to double conquer from 6 to 8. She can, in a pinch, she can also come in and untap like one of the mechs that we made in the same turn. Like we can make a mech, then we can play Misfortune, we can attack with her, and then we can ready the mech if we need that. Like, but she's a one-off because she's for those specific situations where we just want to close out the game. And with an empowered Tools of Empire, she's very strong. Like she's actually really good, but it's just a one-off. Like I tried at first running 2 copies of her, and it's too much. Like just a one-off. Like a lot of games you won't play her, but she's like the high end because we need to keep the curve relatively low due to the fact that we're spending energy with our gears every turn. This deck felt really nice. Definitely worthy of a video. Had some really good games today. We beat Kennen, which was really nice. We beat Fiora, like revamped. We beat Mbessa. We lost to Akali. We lost a very close series to Kha'Zix, but I misplayed. And then we won against Dragons. It's a crazy dragon deck that just thermal beamed us and then just they pretty much went infinite in game 2. Definitely like a good example, like, you know, to run more like bench removal for matchups where we need it. Mog, in my opinion, your videos should be many games, not just the best of 3. Yeah, I'm gonna upload longer videos. I'm definitely gonna do that. Mog, you are inspiring to me and the reason I'm into deck building in general. That means a lot to me, BFF. Thank you for the kind words. That made my day. Thank you. I'm gonna call it a day though, guys. Like, it's almost 9 for me. We've been at it for almost 6 hours. And tomorrow, we got a pack opening! I'm so hyped. Tomorrow I get my... I better get my box tomorrow. Oh my god, if I don't get my box, I'm gonna be so mad. But tomorrow we're opening Vendetta. And we're getting that... We're getting this Jace. Watch me get, like, no Jace cards. None. Ugh. I'm worried. The deck is like, most of my cards are like, it's just like the Hextech disc and the Hextech formula. Everything else is like, you know, either I already have it or it's just, you know, rare at best, like uncommon at best, you know, common, uncommon, uncommon, Common. Uncommon. This is rare. Mog and Shermie cosplay as Mel and Jace when? Interesting. Let me think about that. Love, you have a soul day. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Played a lot of games today, and I'm feeling better and better about Jace. And I definitely wanna try a control version though. But I also would like to venture into the other legends as well. Maybe Akali is on my next, and Shen. I gotta figure a way to make Shen work. But yeah, I love this. I love deck building, and we're gonna keep going. But tomorrow, pack opening stream. I'll see you there. Cheers. I start at 2 p.m. CET, by the way, jury. 2 p.m. CET, Central European Time. I'll see you then.